Alright. So it's been a little while since I've done a live stream, but I figured with version 3 of Run8 coming out, might as well do it. So I'm going to take the train from, we're up here in Bakersfield. We're the MRVWC, so we're heading to West Colton with a set out in Mojave. So, yeah, let's go. So one big update for V3 is the weather. It now rains. And these are new engines that came out with V3. Our Dash 9s. If you go to view 4, you can actually go outside the engine, and you can see like the windshield wipers move. Even when you're outside, if I go back inside the cab, open the window, and if you look outside again, now the window's open. So, all that stuff's cool. And the sound changes if you open or shut the window. So, all great improvements. But they updated like the way the brakes work, the way everything works. So, much more realistic, apparently. I mean, I don't run these trains for real, but from what I've been told by people who do, much more realistic. Which is impressive since Run8 was pretty freaking realistic before. I don't know why you'd want to open a door in the rain, but you can. So like I said before, we're up here in Bakersfield. This is right next to us is where these cars are parked. Is UP Bakersfield Yard. And then you've got we're gonna go up over Tehachapi Pass into the Mojave area. And on our train, we have cars that need to go to Mojave. So we're gonna do the set outs that we have to do in Mojave, and then because this is Run 8, this line does not end in Mojave. We can continue down the Palmdale Cutoff and into West Colton. So let's do it. Now I'm gonna switch TeamSpeak back down to a channel where other people are, because this is multiplayer, darn it.
Channel switch.
I like how I come back in the channel right as somebody sneezes. You guys good? Everybody good?
Yep. We're not falling asleep.
Sounds like someone getting beat with a hammer.
Oh, that's my wife doing that. I can't believe it picks up all the way upstairs. She's loading the dishwasher.
It's an impressively loud dishwasher.
Yeah, but it's 'cause she's doing something. I don't know. I mean, I'm in the basement. She's upstairs. I don't know.
Oh, I guess it traveled through the floor or something.
Yeah. I'll mute my mic until she's done.
Not a big deal. It's just fire. Bang, bang. What the hell?
Oh, you just thought I was coming off the track derailing then.
Kind of sounded like that now that you can do that.
Hey, did you see the video where they hit the truck and derailed and went on the side? I saw it on Facebook yesterday.
Ooh. No, I didn't see that.
Mm-hmm. They have the cab view of the engine. I don't know how they got that. The engine jumps up when it hits the truck, comes back down, it's going, and there's a switch coming off from the right side onto the main track. As soon as they hit the switch, the train goes sideways and then goes right over on its side, and then the whole
You
train.
You talking about the dash cam that was leaked yesterday? About the train that hit the lowboy.
Yeah, and then the whole train comes back behind him and starts pushing the engine, and keeps going by because the weight's coming back at him.
I saw that yesterday, but I don't remember where I saw it at, and that sucks.
Oh, it was on one of the lounges, the railroad, something. I don't know if it's still up. I only saw it once. But it's impressive how the engine jumps up in the air when they hit that. You can literally see it jump up.
It is.
If they wouldn't have hit the switch, it probably wouldn't have derailed, I don't think. Or they were probably derailed, but the switch threw them off into the ditch.
Yeah, they probably would have stayed in the gauge.
Yeah. As soon as they hit that switch, the train went to the right, to the left. Poof, flipped over.
Somebody's gonna need some clean underwear.
Yeah. I don't know if they were still hunkered down or not after they hit it, or they got up to look what was going on. All of a sudden, you're going off into the ditch. Pretty strong forces to make a 200-ton locomotive jump up in the air and the front end jump up. I hope they make the transport or trucking company pay for everything.
I'm sure they will.
Dumbass drivers that don't read signs.
UP detector milepost 318.8 track 1.
There's a guy on Long Island out near where I live who got hit one time in his car. And when he was asked why the hell he drove in front of the speeding train, he said, well, I was trying to get on it. That, it was like pulling into the station.
Okay.
He's like, well, that was my stop, and I was trying to get on it. It was my train. And he said, so why did you drive in front of it? And he goes, well, the damn thing was 2 minutes early, so I thought I was going to miss it. It's not going to leave early. Like, he was convinced the damn thing was going to leave him behind because it was early.
The stupidity people are even, they do all kinds of advertisements about railroad tracks and this and that and operations, lifesavers, and people are still too dumb. Hey, my grandfather worked on the railroad. My uncle, when we were young, we'd go driving, and then the railroad tracks come up. He'd turn the radio off, roll down his window a little bit, slow right down, look, no trains, and kept going. He knows sometimes those signals do not work. Probably better today, but back in the 70s and 80s.
Detector milepost 318.8 track 1. No defects. Total axles 320.
I'm always the same way. When I go to a railroad track, I'm always looking down the tracks each side before I slow down a little bit, make sure if I can see coming up.
Oh, me
What do
too.
you do what do you do?
I just slow down when I'm driving. If I come up to railroad tracks, I always slow down, look both ways, turn the music down. It's a habit that we learned from my grandfather.
That's what I do, anyways. I do that when I go to there's a damn stack train blocking the. That's.
You guys remember this video? There was a video a couple of years ago, or I don't remember where it was. It was probably on YouTube. But some cars fly. It was recorded by surveillance camera, and some car was flying down this small little road toward one of those crossings that's humped,
Mm-hmm.
Hits the hump of the crossing at maybe 60 miles an hour, and just takes off like an airliner.
Jeez.
flies clear out of frame. You don't know what happened. I mean, I'm sure he wrecked, but you have no idea. He
Yeah.
just flies out of frame of the camera.
Oh, my grandfather used to tell us stories. He'd been a couple times. He was riding trains and ended up hitting a truck and derailed and stuff like that. Now all the like back then there wasn't that many crossing protections. And today it's almost every like main lines have barriers and everything, so there's no reason for it.
No, but it doesn't stop stupid.
Nope.
Oh, this is going to be a long climb. I'm in full power already, and we're only doing 35. We're only on the 1% grade. I gotta look and see if I get some isolate or something.
Well, I'm a firefighter and I've seen a lot of accidents. We've had a lot of bad accidents with tractor trailers, but I could just imagine with a freight train with that knuckle going through the door of a car or something.
Yeah, forget about it.
Mm-hmm. And the stupidity is getting more and more caught on video because now they have these rail cams all over the place. Towns have these cameras, so you see more and more idiots.
My favorite is still the excuse of the GPS told me to go down this way.
I think where is it in somewhere? It's in Virginia. They turn
Ashland.
down on the tracks all the time.
Ashland,
I
Virginia.
mean, how dumb can you be? Like, Jesus.
At least that's a lesson you probably learned the first time, you know?
Yep.
You know the defect detectors along the route?
Yeah.
Makes me wonder how much those guys actually get paid just for using their voice.
You probably don't want to know the answer to that.
Oh, really?
It's probably way more than it should be. Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm not even at Sandcut yet, and the train's already down to basically 30. This is going to be a very slow climb.
Well, I'm on a Trona train leaving. I just left San Bernardino and I got it notch 8. Doing 30 miles an hour. That's about all I can do.
Coming up the Palmdale?
No, the BNSF.
Oh, you're going the long way.
Cajon.
User joined your channel.
Yeah, it's a BNSF, so.
How far are you going to run that?
I don't. So I have to about 6:45 because I got a meeting at the fire hall tonight.
Ah. Well, let's see how functional of a climb this is. If it's really bad, we're gonna have to grab the helpers. There should be a set of them. In Tehachapi, or in Caliente, I hope.
Well, actually, right beside the Palmdale thing now, if there was a crossover.
Yeah, there's only the one at Silverwood. So on a 1.5% grade, I can do about 26. Just goes to show how much DPUs or helpers help. I mean, going up the main part of Tehachapi, we're only good for. There, I got the hiccups. 23 miles an hour. Anyway, alert her. But the hill is twice as steep as this. So this might get interesting. Alright, we're finally at Sandcut. Jeez.
User disconnected from your channel.
these are the cars, these MJ cars, with the MJ at the beginning of the tag, that we have to set out at Mojave. Everything else on here is going all the way to West Colton. Set a little air there. Knock it off. So yeah, there's a lot of like up and down. Oop, gotta clear that. Grade through here, and then once we get to the end of Caliente over here, it's just all the way uphill from Caliente to Tehachapi, right in the middle of the screen. So Tehachapi's over here.
Put a little bit of green on the graphics here on the mountains.
Really? This is gonna be my first time going over Tehachapi even since I got V3.
Be all desert now. They put patches of green. It actually looks pretty cool. Looks a little bit more, a little less deserty. Desert.
Hmm.
UP detector milepost 328.6.
Alright, please don't hit me with a defect right now.
User left your channel.
So now we're on a 1% grade, but we're still making about
User joined
35.
your channel.
So right now it's 40 degrees in the simulator. So we're getting all this rain. If we stay in the weather, like if the weather, doesn't get better, and that gets down into the 30s, like 33, 32, it will start to snow.
UP detector
Here's a
milepost
detector.
328.6. No defects.
Good.
No defects. Total axles 320. Train speed 34 mph. Ambient temperature 40 degrees. UP detector out.
I'll be something like 380, I think.
What train you running?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I'm on that same one from Bakersfield with setouts at Mojave.
Oh, okay.
Just coming up on Illman now.
All right.
What are you running? Still on Trona?
Yep, running a San Diego to Trona train.
Just trying to keep everything moving other than that.
Yep. I'm trying to get something up into Trona. There hasn't been nothing for like since the weekend, 3 days now.
Jeez.
We're getting like 2 trains, sometimes 3 trains a day for a while.
That's how it used to be. It was nice when I was doing it all the time.
Yep.
A little hectic, but nice overall.
There hasn't been no locals either. Russell hasn't sent anything up. He hasn't probably got anything. If yesterday there was like barely any trains on the server.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about. I've got some Trona cars in the back of this that I'm going to set out at Mojave, but it's only like 5.
Okay. Well, I think with the troubles with the server on the weekend, it either deleted or some trains didn't make it, or I don't know what happened.
Yeah, probably. Alright, we're getting ready for decline here. So in V2, we're on some new trackage now. In V2, we had Ilman as one siding and Caliente as its own sidings. When they made V3, they made it to the new realism where they're combined.
I'm gonna
So
go
that's pretty
live as well.
So Caliente and actually I'll show you on the map. So Caliente and Ilman used to be two, and Caliente had CTC switches for the 3 tracks. Now there's hand throws off of sort of to the second track, track 2 over here, into the third track of Caliente, and the 2 mains go through to Elman. So it makes it a lot easier when you're out and stuff, but it's also nice just because it's more options. And then the Allard Bielville was always one. And then the other place they did it was Waylong to Marcel. Again, useful. And I believe that's how how it really is today. Now, hopefully, I don't get to show you the other one of the other new things you can do in Run 8, which is derail. You can derail, the train can fall in. It's not spectacular. It's just you end up with a bunch of wheels off the rails, and you have to pull them back on. They'll let you use the re-rollers, or you can just have it automatically do it. You gotta be a little careful over here because you want to make sure you don't come off or string line anything from pulling too hard. But you know. So if you look at the top of the screen, you can see I have the heads-up display on because frankly I don't know this track as well as I should. Running a train over here, and I don't want to make myself look really stupid. So it tells you like the next signal distance, the previous signal aspect, the grade, which it didn't used to, track speed reduction, and then a future track speed reduction. What's always cracked me up is it drops to 25, and then less than 0.1 later it drops to 23. Never understood it, but okay. Hello.
Hello. You on Twitch?
YouTube. Alert is good. Yeah. There's the warning about it drop 23.
Looks like Eric needs me.
Fun.
User left your channel.
Alright, so here we come into Caliente. And that hand throw switch over there to our left used to be where... So there used to be a switch here and there. Or it went from 1 track to 3 tracks. So for trains having to wait to go up the hill. It was nice having those waiting tracks, but they were only like 5,000 feet. So, well, yeah, plenty of trains are less than that. There's plenty of trains that are more than that. So it's definitely nice to have.
User joined your channel.
Straight through.
User disconnected from your channel.
Let's check that temperature, see if we're getting any cooler as we're climbing. Oh, we're down to 38. There might be snow at the top there. Oh, Lord. And there are no, somebody's copped the helpers. That's great. Man, we really have a mixture of everything in this train. Now we're on the empties. And this I think is only like 5. We're only about 4,000 something feet. These are more Mojave cars. You can throw in a cars, T or C. NP would be North Platte cars. And you can see the train over here. It literally makes a big U. If we come up here this way. See where we cross again. And now we're climbing up into the hills. And there's Caliente down there. You literally just make a big U-turn. Getting onto the hill.
No, I'm supposedly streaming.
Question for us is, are we going to be able to hold the 20 to 23 the whole way up? Which is the speed limit all the way to Tehachapi, basically. Oh, this is also a thing. You actually hear the difference when you're in a tunnel.
Alright, I gotta go look. See if I can get back on later.
Alright, see you later, Jeff.
See you later.
User disconnected from your channel.
Excuse. There we go, 2.2%. That's the steepest we're gonna get, basically. But the real question is, what kind of speed are we gonna hold going up that? Unfortunately, I think the answer is pretty much nothing. We're already down to 20, so... Tunnel number 2. Well, yeah, we're not slowing down anymore. But we are at about 18 miles an hour, so, you know. I mean, that's freight service.
Channel switched.
What are you guys working on?
Channel switched.
Oftentimes there's more people on than this. But we're working our way up over the mountain. So as long as we're working our way up over the mountain, all is well. We're here. We're in Allard siding now. So that's good. That's not bad anyway. Once we get to Tehachapi, it's all downhill. It's all dynamic. It's all having to actually work the train. Like work with the train. Right now, it's just pulling as hard as it can. Something else you can do in version 3 that you couldn't do before is manned helpers. So when you're running these older engines like the Dash 9 that don't have all the distributed power controls and all that crap, you can actually have another player from the multiplayer, get in to the helper engines in the back or hitch up with their own helper engines and run them for you. is getting slower and slower. Oh wait, those are just detected. Hey. All the exhaust comes pouring out of the pump. I wonder why someone shoved this in here and unadded it. Should be coming around the mountain in a second here. It's like I love all the improvement they made, but one that's fantastic is the better dispatch board. Much clearer. You actually see what the hell you're doing. Like we're sitting here with this Stolac. Oh, I'll show you this too. Where's our train? Man, we're going slow. It used to be all this, but now you have this little box here called stats. You can click on that. And it tells you, like, gear ratio of the engine. Are you okay? No comment on the engine here. How are your traction motors? Oh, did they lock that? The number of hours on the engine. Oh, no, there you go. You can renumber them now, unlike before. And then you can now mess with like retainer valves. You can placard engines. You can change the weight of them, change the tags. You set the handbrake while it's moving, which will eventually give you a hot axle and it'll start yelling. You can also end up with hot axles just from running with too much brake set, which can be interesting. Anyway, now we're clear of cliff. Or about to be in front of it does. Owen, Woodford. Way long is the loop? Yeah, so at CP Waylong is the Tehachapi loop. We're not that far at this point. And then you've got Marcel Gable crossovers. And finally Tehachapi. Alright. We're getting closer to the top here. But more importantly, we're getting closer to the loop there. Let's see if we can get a nice shot of it coming through there. We're now in Rowan siding. Amazing. When I was streaming, I'll talk for a while. I was gonna start talking if fucking alerter goes off. when I was streaming like Train Simulator World all the time a while back, it got so frustrating. That game is so incompetent. It's amazing how this game is so not incompetent. You know, like with Train Sim World or even Train Simulator. I mean, Train Simulator is a nightmare in itself because it's always, if you want to do anything other than literally just pull handles. Train Simulator, every time you try and do anything, like, oh, I don't know, open the scenario editor, it starts yelling about out of memory. And Train Sim World, you can't do anything. I mean, Train Sim World violates its own premise, which was, at least the way they sold it, you can ride this train a few stops, change to another one, run that train a bit, run to a terminal without quitting to the menu, get on another one. But then there's no service, so you really can't do that. And then, even when there is, it's buggy, it's glitchy, it's not fun. You know, it ruins the fun. Run8 just fucking works. And there's a route now in Train Simulator 2020. Enter year here. Of the Tehachapi Pass. Tehachapi over Tehachapi. And I don't have it. And I'm not planning on ever buying it. The reason being is I can run freight trains over Tehachapi Pass on Run8. And there's nothing about any other simulator, freight-wise, that can compare to this. Now, before everyone starts yelling, oh, but the scenery is shit. No, it's not. And even if it's not as detailed and as aesthetically impressive as it is in Train Sim World, it does its job. This is all it needs to do.
UP detector milepost 347.0.
Try getting that to be efficient in Train Sim. And then have it sometimes say you have a defect. And then you have to stop your train and fix the problem so you can keep going. Can't do that in Train Sim. But so not only in this game can you, in Run8, can you get out and move around and do what you want. Here comes the alerter again. But you can decide, I don't feel like running this train anymore. Give it to the AI, or just relinquish it. And pick up another one that's completely different, going completely different direction. And just go. And the world here is huge. I mean, we were figuring it out the other day. It's several hundred miles from Los Angeles to Seligman, where it ends in the east. And it's several hundred more miles than the other way if you go start at Fresno, which is the north end of the line on the BNSF, to all the way out to Seligman. But you could also go from Fresno to Los Angeles, or you could go from, you know, anywhere in between those points in any combination. Or you could run on the UP, the Palmdale cutoff, like what this train does. When we have to make the setouts later, I'm gonna go grab engines that are in Mojave Yard and use them. Take the train apart, take the setouts out, and then put the train back together. You know, I don't have to stay on this power the whole time. So I heard a rumor there's a Train Sim World 3 coming out. I think if that's the case, I am definitely not buying it. The only thing that I think they've done right for that game is when they put out the London Underground route. If you ask me, the only routes that should exist for a simulator that doesn't do more than about 50 miles are underground train routes, you know, subway routes. Where are we? Where is it? So, I don't.
UP detector milepost
That's the end of it.
347.0. No defects. No defects. Total axles 320. Train speed 15 mph. Ambient temperature 37 degrees. UP detector out.
No defects. It does actually hit you for defects. Not that frequently, but it does nail you for gotten nailed plenty of times with dragging equipment. It'll be like UP detector milepost 347.0. Stop your train. Stop your train. Dragging equipment. And then give you an axle. And then in V2 of this game, so this is the third version of Run8. I never had the first version. From what I'm told, I've seen pictures of it. Everything was much plainer, I'll say. I don't know that's not a word, but the track looked not as good, not as detailed. The scenery was worse. There was no AI, apparently, and it didn't sort of have a lot of the features that version 2 had. Version 2 comes out. Version 2 was the main version for a long time. I think they said about 6 years, something like that. And version 2 was the version we all knew and loved, and it was, we all thought, excellent. Missing some things that people would have liked, but really good overall. But missing some stuff. Version 3 comes out, so some of the stuff that version 2 would have been nice to have was like weather. You know, if it was raining in the game, it just got really foggy. In the hump yards, one thing that people were always complaining about was you couldn't AI a hump train. So, meaning the train actually shoving the cars over the hump. So somebody had to actively sit there, basically backing up a train at 2 miles an hour for hours. Shoving cars over the hump, and it would hit error, and it was a royal pain in the ass. But it's what you had to do, so you did it. And we never thought of it as being that annoying, because it's just, that's how you hump. Yeah, somebody had to do it. Now the AI can do that part. which, oh my god, makes it so much easier. And makes it so you can actually work a hump yard at a decent clip with one person. Because it's not like hump for half an hour, pull one trim, pull a bunch of trim tracks, hump another cut, pull a bunch of trim tracks. You can actually get the AI pushing stuff over the hump and just continuously trim the yard and send shit out. There is a smart dispatcher named Otto at this point. We're not using it on this server. Somebody said it was buggy. I don't really know. Wasn't really paying attention to it. What they've got it turned off on here. But I'm sure if it is buggy, it'll get fixed. Oh, and then they made the engines, like the trains, much more realistic. Again, I'm not fluent in exactly how how the brakes are supposed to feel and all that, but from people who play on the server who are real engineers at various railroads, all say this is much more realistic than it used to be. A lot of the guys on here who are not real engineers say it's much more challenging than it used to be, which is true. But if that's what it takes to be realistic, then that's what it takes. Just like before, you can still rip your train in half if you're not careful. You can still send cars rolling away on you if you're not careful. What you can do now that you couldn't do before is pull trains off the track. Now, I'm not going to do it with this train deliberately. But if you're going too fast and you sling it around a curve, you can derail. Supposedly, you can also string line them. I have yet to see anyone do that, but I've heard that you can. Speaking of rip your train in half, I'm getting close. This whole way up, we've been pretty close. I just was looking at on the HUD, the coupler pounds up there. It says 323. That's the neighborhood where you can start pulling shit apart. Here comes the alerter again. Gonna be a bridge. We're up milepost 350. Here we come up on the Waylong. Once we get to Waylong, that's the one that everybody looks forward to. Is that the loop?
Alright, Ben. We'll see you later. I gotta go.
There you go. Have a good one.
User disconnected from your channel.
Man, there really ain't nobody on them. Oh, back in the rain. I didn't mean to do that. of course, there's settings for all of the graphic stuff, like, then you go to multi-monitor, frames per second, you can lock it at a certain number, how well you want your reflections, shadows. For some reason, they default it off when you start, which is really annoying. It's stupid. Depth of field is weather. Raindrop sunglass. You can just turn it off. Reasonable. It's not terrible. Not too bad. And then realistic. All of the, or in a lot of places, they've got really funny or jokey names for things. I mean, like, for example, AI's calling signals. This has always been on. Only when they stop, all the way up to CSX, which is every freaking signal that you pass. Really aggravating. I don't know what that means. Oops. No, I don't want to leave it like that. But you can mess with all the settings to make it the best you can for your computer. Like these are all new things. Slippery rail, brake valve failures, cold weather air brake effect, meaning they're worse than cold weather. Realistic alert time, like that. Realistic train handling, realistic indie braking. All that's the new high quality stuff from before, like that's better than before. There's your loop. We get to go around the loop in the rain. Oh, it's raining pretty good too. So that's the last car on our train. You can see the frick blinking. And here come the engines. Not sure we're going to be long enough to actually go over ourselves. But yeah, it doesn't look like it. Actually, we might. That's the loop at Waylong, aka the Tehachapi loop. I don't know why someone had it set up so that they're holding that Z train there, but I ain't gonna complain about it. So now in the old Run8, it went back to one track. Somewhere in here. But now it does not. Now it represents the way that it is now. I still have V2. I should open V2 at some point and compare the two. So that's the old way. Now you go through this cut. Hello, highball running. So I think we just switched over from rain to snow now. Yeah, the temperature 34 degrees. The correct font? Oh, word. You know there was a correct font. I gotta turn the wipers off now. Oops. Nope, no, off. There we go. Yeah, I don't have the sand on it. It's just dumping sand, I guess. That's the other thing you can do now is you can actually make like horn sound files and stuff like that for the game, so you're not locked into the base. Oops, that's the wrong button. That's also the wrong button. There it is. You can also change it whenever you want, though. Thank you. Alright, now I just went down a rabbit hole here, didn't I? Playing with horns. Damn, loud. Did they just say join Nick? Or Dick? I got cars. On this server, Dick's one of the guys who works
User
in
joined your
Mojave.
channel.
Mojave Yardmaster calling BNSF 685 over.
685.
685, just leave those cars in the south end of 1, we'll take it from there.
South end where?
Leave those cars on the south end of 1, we will take it from there, over.
Beautiful, south end of 1. I've got some
Alright, thank you,
I've got
Mojave
some-
Yardmaster out.
Roger.
User left your channel.
Oh. Okay, so I clicked on one of our cars here. So it brings up that car settings menu again. But I mean, now you can even do shit like cut the brakes out on a particular
User
car.
joined your channel.
So, at the risk of asking a stupid question, is that you at Mojave?
Nope.
So there's 2 RVWC-08s set out at Mojave, great.
There's an RVWC-09 set out at Mojave, at Sandcut right now.
What?
I don't know.
Outstanding. I'm so glad we have so much communication. I guess there's 2 RVWC-08s. Well, I thought this was you shoving into the yard, but I guess not. Whenever you get here, you're okay to leave your cars on the south end of 1 with the other draft of cars being set out on the south end of 1. Unreal.
I fixed my, I changed my tag if it helps you.
And you put it on too.
You having a bad day? That would be KUND or something. Jeez, better turn my wipers back on. So in the old version 2, you could go into what they called piglet mode, or foamer mode or something. And that was, if you were a real coward, you could turn your alerter off, basically. And if you shut the alerter off, and then you wouldn't have to acknowledge the alert ever. They got rid of that. The first thing somebody says when the day V3 came out, a whole shitload of people were on, and somebody goes, "How do you disable the alerters?" This is rail train simulators. We don't disable alerters, we run trains like that. I could say that because if you re-rail your cars, if you derail your train, or any of the cars on your train, and you try to go re-rail them, and you do it the real way by putting the re-railers on the track and then pulling them back on or pushing them back on, he says, well, I've re-railed my train like a real man. Whereas if you do it the other way, it basically says I cheated and hope no one would find out. Diverging approach medium? No, it's an advanced It's snowing pretty good up here now. Of course, there's a tree in the way. Imagine if we had Steam in this game and they had to replicate that amount of smoke coming out the end of the tunnel. Turn the bell off now. Alright, here we come, Cable.
User left your channel.
Once we're clear of the cable, I'm gonna move the Z train next to us up. Just up one side of them. Alright, so now we get that Z train moved up at least as far as the loop. While we're in this part where we're just pulling a grade, we're good for 23, we're not going to get them close to it. Might as well do a little bit of train routing while we're here. So, single. So green is fleeted, meaning once the train goes by, it clears again for the next train. Yellow, it's just a one-off. So once the train goes by, it drops red, and you have to manually clear it again. So like on double track, it's useful to have everything fleeted. Single track, really, it's not. Going good. Do a little more fancy routing here. So a green train is a moving AI train. A red train is a stopped AI train. A white train is a player train. And a purple train is a speeding player train. I think that's all the colors you'll find. Oh, orange. I think that means it's a stopped player train. There's cable crossover. I want to get some of this shit moving so that when we start going downhill, if nobody else does it, at least stuff's moved. So on this board here, basically the UP Mojave subdivision, uphill has priority, and UP has priority because it's a UP railroad. So like the MRV WC-9 has priority even though there's a Z going the other way, because until you've tried to do it with an extremely heavy train, it is a fucker to get them started again if you stop. So it's a lot easier to stop a Z train going down the hill, or frankly it's a lot easier to stop anything going down the hill and then get it started again. Well, I guess it's easy to stop anything going either. It's easier to stop a train going up the hill, but getting it going again is a nightmare. It's harder to stop a train going downhill, but you should know how to control your train, and getting it started again is just knowing how much to knock off the brake. Okay, so he's going in the siding to way long. Wow, long. Whatever you want to pronounce it. We got the thing sitting in Cliff. The stove shy is coming. Okay, well, that's clear. Oh, curve. And then there's another Z coming through here. So we'll clear this guy at least as far as Bealville for now. I has a feeling he's going to go all the way to Rowan. But I mean, if he's doing the same 18, 19, 17 that I've been doing the whole way up, who knows? I love how they even put the sound effect of the wipers in. Now, something in version 2 that didn't exist, supposedly exists in version 3, is the AI will dim their headlights when they go past you. Is that the wheel slip thing blinking every once in a while? Yeah. I have yet to pass an AI in a position where they can do that. But I think, if I remember correctly in the manual, it basically said the AI now dims their headlights when they pass you unless they're being a dick. So I have yet to find out. I think that's actually what it said. I can look it up, but... V3 important changes. Oh, at night, the AI engineer will now dim their headlights when approaching other trains. AI engineers will not dim on the following conditions: daylight hours, approaching a railroad crossing, or he's just being a jerk. Now, it's not nighttime, but it is getting darker out. I will dim my headlights. They're dimmed. Because I'm not a jerk. Holy crap, he did. That's awesome. Now we're coming up on Tehachapi here, so this is kind of where the hill flattens out. And, well, it doesn't really flatten out, it goes from up to down. I'm going to change this. Yeah, it's a K5LA, but everything's getting K5LA. It's K5LA. just leaving it at that. Good enough for me. Some people have already been talking to me like, we need the proper horn, this has to be exact. I'm like, as long as it's good enough. If it makes noise and it doesn't sound like horse shit, I'm pretty happy. Summit switch. Yeah, so I guess Tehachapi is where it levels out, and then Summit Switch is where it really levels out. We're now good for 55, and we're going downhill. Doesn't make it easy. Especially when it's snowing and foggy out. Hey man, I think one of the switches at Summit used to be a CTC switch in V2. Nemo? Detector.
UP detector milepost 363.8 track 1.
Right. Hopefully we got nothing on the detector. Coming up on Monolith. One of those cars we have to set out at Mojave or for Monolith plant here. And there's this center track that they use to hold cars over them.
UP detector milepost 363.8 track 1. No defects.
No defects.
No defects. Total axles 320. Train speed 50 mph. Ambient temperature 31 degrees. UP detector out.
So the guys who Gick, who came up here for I meant to ask if we were the ones setting cars out. Is getting ready to run one of the Mojave local jobs. I think they're coming up this way. So we may see them go by at some point. Now, the thing about running from here into Mojave is how slow the speed limit gets when you get closer and closer, as you get closer and closer to Mojave. Someone told me they've modified the speed limits. 52, but I have no idea, to be honest. Now we're back in the rain. We got Slaughter down here. Start getting her slowed down here. Yeah, I think we're about to end up in traffic with everything coming out. Alright, 40, we're under that. Yeah, see now the grade is minus 1.8. So, for everything we were having to do to get her to go up the hill, now we gotta get her to stop going down the hill. And we're coming up on an approach. Yeah, it's just a traffic jam. Well, there goes the speed limit down to 35. At 1.7, it drops to 30. And it just kind of keeps coming down the closer you get to Mojave. Yep, this camera. We're probably getting the stop signal the next one. I mean, we definitely are unless they figure out how to clear it out. But that means I don't think they're going to figure out how to clear it out. Now, the way I look at this is there's no point in hurrying up to sit. We know we're riding on an approach. It's not like it's going to suddenly go clear. So, may as well just take it nice and slow down the hill. Keep the train under as much, keep the train nicely under control. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to worry about it. We know we're going to be good. And that way we don't have to go flying up to a signal that we then got to slam on the brakes for. So. Might as well just take it nice and slow. And then if we never have to stop, hey, we never have to stop. But I'm not an expert, but it looks like we're gonna have to stop. So, same rules apply. Nice and easy. Bring it to a stop wherever she wants to stop. As long as we can see the signal. And we're close enough to the signal. To be able to read it, and if it changes, we know. But you definitely don't want to go through the signal. And now we're in the rain again. I'd like to see somebody be able to stand on the side of the track and wave at you in Train Sim World. Oh wait, that's not multiplayer. Never mind, ignore that.
User joined your channel.
Hello.
Hi, Ben.
Hey. Just as you get on, we get stuck in traffic. And back in the rain.
Back in the rain, yep.
Do the windshield wipers work for you? Oh.
No.
Oh, there's a big stack up. Okay. Might be a bit. turn the headlights up. No point leaving them on, leaving on the ditch lights and all that.
User joined your channel.
Yeah, and that's a road.
Hey there, Justin. How you doing?
Eric?
I've been missing you lately.
Yeah, I've been busy at work.
Yeah, I know.
So who's running this? Bert Doe, somebody or other in. Oh no. If you play Run8 enough, you'll eventually notice all the AI trains, the engineers and engineer conductors, and all those guys. Their initials are always AI.
I'll be right back, guys.
Roger.
User left your channel.
That train had 5.0 axles, so if it's only got, that's probably the one behind this stack train. Now we're not waiting for any of these. We're waiting for something that's, because these are all on the other tracks. We're waiting for something. We're waiting for stuff that's in front of us to go. I don't know why this Q train's going so slow either. Unless there's actually 30. Shit next stoplights. And this is like, I don't know if that MRVEP, I'm assuming that's the train that's still doing its setouts. I don't even know anymore. We just waiting. Boy, does this make for a riveting stream, doesn't it? I should probably stop there before I get demonetized. Alright, there's the end of this stack. I don't know why I care. We're not waiting for it. Hey, we got the light. Put my brakes into my dynamics into setup so you can hear the engines revving up. And that was an approach. So we get to go 3 miles.
User joined your channel.
Hey yo.
Hey.
Hello.
User joined your channel. User left your channel.
Hello. Goodbye. Wow, I love when the computer decides to, for no reason, highlight a different window than the one you're trying to be in. You can't put brakes on the frame. That's fun. Another V3 thing. If you run with air on too long, your wheels start smoking really bad.
milepost 377.0, track 1.
So the thing is now I gotta do this without making it slip on the damned wet rail, because the weather does affect it down.
UP detector milepost 377.0, track UP detector milepost 377.0, track 1. UP detector milepost 377.0,
Oh my God.
track 1. No defects. No defects. Total axles 6. Train speed 0. MPH. Ambient temperature 36 degrees. UP detector out.
Somebody had to plug it on the detector or something.
UP detector milepost 377.0, track 1.
Looks red.
UP detector milepost 377.0, track 2. No defects. No defects. Total axles 292. Train speed 18 mph. Ambient temperature 36 degrees. UP detector out.
Oh, come on, stop. Stop, 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 stop. And we're at a red light again.
User disconnected from your channel.
Are they still doing setups down there?
Channel switched.
Are they still doing setouts down there?
Yeah, I'm making the last one now.
Jesus.
Yeah, I tried to be quick, but it was a rather large cut.
I moved up one signal. CSX engine. Go double check what setouts we have there.
UP detector milepost 377.0. Track 1. No defects. No defects. Total axle 292. Train speed 12. MPH. Ambient temperature 3.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
Detector out.
How's the stream going, Ben?
Very trafficky.
Did this make any difference to how I sound?
Yes.
Good or bad?
Good.
Very good? Or
I can
just
hear
good?
the 645 line in the background.
Okay, well, I can live with that.
Well, no, that's fine. It actually sounds, like realistic.
But I don't sound like I'm in a tin can anymore?
Nope.
Well, that's good. I just turned the gain all the way up on my microphone.
Ah.
At least you don't have the TV going in the background.
You know, I mean to put a TV down here. I moved the space heater I got when I ran out of propane into the basement because my basement was like freezing all of the time.
How did you run out of propane?
Because they were supposed to fill it and they didn't. I don't think I told you about that. Sunday I woke up and it was 45 degrees in the house and we got space heaters because I was freezing my ass off. They wouldn't come out on a Sunday and do an emergency delivery. I hate propane heat, by the way. Propane heat is a detriment to society.
Propane anything is.
This train is now 3,400 feet.
Excellent.
I've got cars for you too.
I know you do.
I started moving at Cameron's. I started moving at Cameron, and I kind of just whipped it like a commuter train, and I'm doing 45 already.
Amazing.
And I have an advanced approach. Sorry, approach medium, fucking G-core. Oh, it's clear.
Are you on the
Huh?
Are you on the UP?
I am indeed.
Then it is indeed an advanced approach.
It's calling it as an approach medium, like in the game.
Yeah. So approach medium is a VNSS signal.
Okay.
UP is advanced approach for the flashing yellow.
As God intended.
Just wait until you get a diverging approach diverging.
Yeah, that's a little silly. Whoa.
A diverging approach diverging.
Yeah. Comes into effect when there's like two crossovers, one after the other in the same block.
That's not confusing at all.
Oh, hey, it stopped raining.
Did it?
It's snowing up by Monolith.
Really? I'm coming up to Monolith now. I don't see any snow.
Yeah, you're lucky. Alright, the fuck is with all the emojis? Alright.
I'm just kidding. It's raining again.
Uh-huh.
The weather here is very strange.
It is, isn't it?
It was raining almost the whole way up the mountain for me. And then it started snowing at some point. Oop, looks like we had another stop sign. Alright, seriously, what's with the fucking emojis? stopped right at the detector. Got the signal. Oh, see, there you go. That's what happens when someone derails. See, Eric's derailed, so he's re-railing his train like a real man.
This must have been quite a derailment.
Well, he derailed it like a real man, too.
377.0, track 1. UP detector milepost 377.0, track UP detector milepost 377.0, track 1. UP detector milepost 37 UP detector milepost 377.0, track 1.
Guess I didn't need to refuel these right before we left. I refueled these motors in Bakersfield, but it looks like I didn't need to. Alright, seriously, with the fucking emojis. And it was sunny when we left. Alright, next. Previous signal is an approach, next signal is in a mile. We're virtually there at this point, though, I think. soon as we get there, we can do our setouts.
Alright, I'll be back in a little while.
All right.
Yeah, that's 378. The yard is at 380.
UP detector milepost 377.0.
User
Track
disconnected
1,
from
no
your channel.
defects. No defects. Total axles 308. Train speed 21 mph. Ambient temperature 36 degrees. UP detector out.
You a Monolith?
Yeah, Roger, I'm doing the grill right now.
Roger, I'm gonna drill the yard.
Roger.
I'm about a mile out, Russell.
Roger, I'm ready for you. Is there still one train ahead of you? Or are you this train? Oh, you are this train. Huh.
I hope I'm the train, because otherwise this signal should be red.
No, you're the train.
I got some cars in the middle, and then the ones on the back.
Roger.
Sam made burrito bowls tonight for dinner.
Oh, did she?
They were amazing. Oh, I don't know if you've talked to Ben recently, but I talked to Ben today about his little excursion to Ohio.
Oh, God.
Apparently that relationship is already falling apart.
Is it?
I don't know who could have predicted such a thing, but...
Oh, no.
Like, there were points where they were both angry and did not talk to one another. And then did not talk. Yep.
Like, this failed worse than the Empire Builder.
Yes. This is like Trump Airlines.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's bad, no good, apparently.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, and they just started dating again.
See, Ben tells it like it is.
Yeah, but he's also a loudmouth.
That, too. Then again, he hasn't said anything in the chat, so...
Yeah, that's true.
Well, then again, Mark is also in the chat. So, that wouldn't fly too well.
Yeah, that would probably be unwise, considering how little Mark can take criticism.
That's true. Alright, why is this train not moving?
I am not a fan of this whole you have to connect all the air houses again thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like that.
I actually go as far to say I hate it.
We just need Joey to move his cars because his train is getting too big.
We need Greg to get V3s.
Yeah.
Alright, that's the last crossing before Mojave. And then I think Russell said he wants me to pull
Oh,
south.
Ben doesn't have that many cars for me. Thank God.
South of the yard, and then we'll shove him in at the south end. We'll see what he wants to do. He may also just connect up with an engine and pull him off. You only have about a dozen cars total for Mojave, so it's not too bad. Not too bad at all. You want me to pull all the way south?
Let me see here. Yeah, pull all the way south.
Alright, just pull all the way south.
Don't sound too miserable now.
Just sounds like a disgruntled railroader to me.
Yeah. I suppose you can say that.
It's only taken a little over 2 hours to get here from Bakersfield.
I think
That's
the
it, 2 hours?
worst part recently.
Or wait, was it 3 hours? I don't even remember anymore. Nope, 3 hours.
Had to be
my bad.
3.
Yeah, 3 hours.
Roger.
Now we get to find out how long it's going to take me to get down to West Colt.
No.
You're good. Why are you doing the whole thing in one bite?
Why not?
Because that takes hours.
Well, I'm halfway there.
Lizard on a chair.
Oh, apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. The whole club was looking at her.
Low, low, shawty got low.
I still enjoy the Green Day video. Hold on.
I know which video you're talking
That
about.
one.
But
That I had to send it to myself. So be saved.
that's-
Can you hear it?
Yes. No.
Beautiful. I love this so much. This is fantastic.
Sweatpants and the Reeboks with the straps. Around and gave that big booty a smack. Hit the floor, and the next thing you know.
No. It's just a masterpiece.
It is very well done.
I want a full version.
Oh no,
That is what I want.
that's dangerous.
No DPU, Ben?
Nope. Nope.
Nope, no polar bots?
I guess you like to live dangerously.
Pull bot. You know what? I'm just gonna start going around the server and just start tagging every single DPU as a pull bot.
Oh my god. Pull bot.
Pull bot coming. I wait to see who catches on. Pull bot coming. You know what? Excuse me for one moment.
Oh no.
Track 1 if you can, Ben.
Roger. Drop him on track 1.
I actually told him that a couple hours ago when the first MRVWC showed up. Because I thought it was him, and then it was somebody else who was also doing it.
Wait, what happened?
When I could log on the server, Kurt was just spotting those cars, and I thought it was Ben because I saw his tag, but I never looked at the lead engine number, and I was like, oh, it's the other Roseville West Colton that's spotting here.
I thought it was Eric.
Eric rolled by to help. He didn't help very much, but
I think he was a supervisor. He just stood there.
Road foreman of engines, Eric Hill. That sounds. That train behind me caught up, and I got cars on the main. I put a few Z on
I see it. Put a few Z.
Yeah, I figured I'd let them know what's here.
We need torpedoes.
Why didn't you put some torpedoes? Yeah.
Oh, I should have put down a few Z. Like on the main.
You need a torpedo. Where am I?
I hope he comes to a stop, because he's still barreling right along.
How do you get that?
Did someone just stop him?
No.
Uh-huh. No.
I didn't know such thing.
Uh-huh. I just realized tomorrow is my 1-year anniversary with transit.
Is it really?
Yes, it is.
Was it the day we went to go get pizza?
I think it was the day. Oh, you know what? Tonight is the anniversary of the night we sat at Nabisco all night.
Wait, is that really it?
Yeah, because I did that the night before I started class, because it was Zoom class.
Right. You were like, I need to do this before my life is in transit.
Yes, and then I got terrible blurry photos, and then the security guard kicked us out.
Well, I'm glad we went when we did.
Now the cookies are gone.
This was also the same day I allegedly shot the CNJ unit going across Upper Bay.
No.
User joined your channel.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Joseph.
Hi, Joey.
There's another West Colton set out. Oh.
Just ignore it.
Why are there so many?
I don't know, Mr. Krabs. I don't know.
I don't.
Alright, let's get this thing rolled forward. We're gonna pull it. We're gonna keep pulling forward until these cars.
Joey, I don't know if you have any interest or desire,
Get almost to the switch.
but I am building an LOP-82.
Alright.
right. I guess so. The whole idea of going out to AEL without being able to do warp speed is kind of sad.
Well, you can do it. Just don't do 107.
Yeah, don't. You can do like 80.
Okay.
Don't do 107. Just don't. Or just don't speed in the curves.
Is that experience talking?
Yes, exactly. Also, Nick took your Jeeps, so.
What?
Okay, no problem.
Well,
I had 11 cars, Howard.
I'm running out of room to drill here, though.
Russell, I had to bring 11 cars up here. I really didn't need 3 SD40s.
The power desk is not pleased.
What do they know?
Nothing.
They're 19G crapped out.
But the app said the toilet was healthy.
Oh, Nick, I doubt you'll be able to qualify in it. Unless you go at, like, 4 in the morning, but 4120 is on 1100.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
Well, I shouldn't say it's on 1100. It was on 1171.
But isn't that a captive cycle?
Well, it's supposed to be, but now that everything's, like, short, they just kind of put it wherever. Like 4109 was on that the other day. And now it started at like 1102. Or started as 1102. So it's been moving around.
Alright, that's the first cars out of the way.
You know what? I probably can't run tonight. I have to help my family move some furniture when my dad gets home. So that
Alright, in
probably
that
wouldn't go over
case.
too well.
Well, I
Could do it
have it
tomorrow.
set up how. Actually, nah. So you could maybe do progress rail or something, but.
Oh, you could do that.
Why don't you do progress rail on KWS and set the alphas out in that little siding?
Yeah.
Sure.
Alright, I'm almost done drilling it for you here.
Alright, so I unlocked the switch here. That's what I did when I right-clicked it, turned it blue. Unlock the switch. So now all I gotta do is stop. Use it as a hand throw.
Did you watch the train behind you go by? Oh no, you'll see it later. Nick.
What?
I asked if you watched the train go by it, but I remembered it's behind you. So I said you'll see it when you go by it later, when you're heading back.
I'm probably going to hide in Chem Tool waiting for it.
Yeah, and just let it go by while you drill.
Track 1 he asked for, so we're going to back it into 1.
Drilling Monolith by myself took a while, but we're good.
Oh.
So in this game, are the only AC-4400s in this weird scheme?
Wait,
Or is
what's
it-
that?
The new engines they have in this game. Do they not?
Oh, the
they only
Dash
have it in
9s?
the. Is it only in the Run8 paint, or is there like an add-on somewhere?
There's a hidden skin in the files. So if you replace it, it'll overwrite it.
Interesting.
I'm sure they'll come on with an add-on pack sooner or later.
Yeah. Oh, I messed that one up.
All right.
I hate drilling in the dark now because I can't see.
Yeah.
Now I gotta come clear the switch. And then we got all the way up here. A few more Mojave cars. Alright. Come on, any day now.
User joined your channel.
Hey, Ben.
Yep.
What's your plan when you head at the cutoff there?
Oh, I gotta finish doing these setups and then I'm taking the train to West Colton.
Well, I'm heading your way with this lap or whatever you call it. Gonna plan out what sidings to take and stuff like that. So I was just checking in with you and see what your plan was.
Well, I got another set of cars I gotta set out, so I'm gonna be a little bit. And then I'll just get out of your way.
Yeah, he's a UP train, so he won't be in your way much longer.
Where
All
are you?
right. I got the first meet lined up at Highland. I'm hoping I can make it up there before he gets there, but I don't know about that.
Of course, the pin doesn't drop.
I mean, this train's gonna be really short once I'm done setting these out, so.
Wow, so it'll be flying then.
Wait, so where are you? You're still on the cutoff?
Yeah, I'm currently meeting the train at deck right now.
Oh, you're way out.
User joined your channel.
Yeah, I'm a little ways out there.
Alright, so that's the first car we needed, is the KWS car. Russell, you have any cars going back to West Colton now?
Nah, just leave them. Because we got enough engines, we gotta use them.
Yeah, we gotta get rid of them.
Because I'm gonna be like,
I would just leave them.
4,000 feet.
Okay, well, I would just leave them.
Yeah, just leave them. Yo, I'm almost done here. Alright, it's taking a bit longer than I wanted it to.
Okay.
Join the club, I'm just getting a chemical.
Not to crap on your parade, but I'm about to drop off more LOP 82 cars.
Well, they're gonna have to wait.
I think it's just 2 of them anyway.
Nick, I had a very strange dream about you the other day.
Huh?
Said I had a very strange dream about you the other day. I had a dream that I was hungry. I was at work, and we got a Halcon ride all the way to New York. We got a hot dog.
Oh my god. That ride. That sounds like a nightmare that you had to take a Halcon jitney from the Midwest to New York.
Yes.
I'm surprised you even made it.
I know.
Yeah, that's one hell of a trip there.
The Halcon drivers here, they like to get stuck in ditches and not know where they're going, but I'm pretty sure that's universal to every single Halcon operation.
One of the requirements to be a Halcon driver is you have to have not showered for at least a week.
Or crap.
And have at least a 45 BMI.
You have to be so overweight that your belly fat actually wears down the steering wheel until it breaks.
At Dennis Tongue.
That actually happened, Justin.
I know.
Oh, I know. We have a lady here, Shelly. She's a lead driver now. She sits behind a desk and dispatches the van. Shelly used to be so fat that when you hit a bump with her going down the road, or I don't know if it was her tits or her belly, honk the horn. And I mean, everything I can do not to just fucking lose and laugh.
Oh my god.
He's the same one that folds the steering wheel in that, trying to pull his whole van.
Ben, are you... Oh, you're only making the set out. This is not good. Joey is going to be trapped in here.
Oh no.
Oh no, I was right. Not good.
I'm backing in with the rest of the cars now.
Can I ask the yard master to be getting old for the night?
Yeah, you're going to be annulled.
Sorry.
I'm not working as directed upon the return.
Annulled. You're going to be released early.
Yay.
I'm not working as directed upon a return. We're oh, did you hear Russell Relay 5 just decided yesterday that they were going home?
Really? They decided upon themselves.
Kevin asked them to make a move. They explicitly ignored it and went home.
I bet Kevin was having a rage fit.
He was also here yesterday until like 7:30, so he was just irate.
Oh, that's his new. I think he does that on Tuesdays now.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, doesn't Sully do the other 12 hours?
I think so, yeah.
The switcher just said, and went home.
And they already talked to Tom Haas, who's like the union rep for engineers, and he was like, I can't defend him if you told him don't leave, and he left.
Wait, Kevin told them to leave?
No, Kevin asked him to make a move, and they decided upon themselves to just leave without doing it. I think it was like he needed him to fuel 1184, and they just didn't do it.
Wow.
That always goes over well with the boss.
So what did Tom Haas say?
He said he couldn't defend him because it's going to go to a hearing, but there's nothing he could do to defend him because he fucked up, the engineer.
Oh. Oh, I see. He said there's nothing he can do to defend him because he's in the wrong.
Correct,
Maybe
over.
he should sign the waiver.
Currently rolling backwards down Mojave. This is so fun.
Alright, cars are dropped off. I just got a couple up to the rest of my train.
Roger. Joe, are you still in the mood to be annulled tonight?
Sure. I'm probably good for like 45 minutes or so.
Oh, perfect. JK, you aren't annulled.
Proceeds to leave anyway.
I just gotta pull up, shove against this RS, relinquish, and it's yours.
Alrighty.
I don't even. Do you even have any pickups? You may just have to spot.
Well, even better.
Oh, all you have to do is pick up 2 at KWS, and that's it.
Alright.
You should probably put the motors on the south end then.
Well, he's still got a spot progress rail.
Oh, so they'll probably just use the siding there, the Lone Pine siding.
You can roll it in.
I mean, I guess we could do that too. We could play that game.
The 4119 is apparently coming back soon.
I didn't know it was gone again.
Oh, it's been broken for like a month. Well, I think it was broken, then they realized, well, it's 92 days coming up, so we should just hold it here.
Well, we might as well.
I can't believe they had that much forethought.
That reminds me, I should probably start paying attention to the... What is it, X123? No, X133.
Oh wait, X135, what's special about that?
Well, if 4120 is going to be on 1100, I should probably start paying attention to these more because they're going to be gone probably by the end of the year.
Artie Del Vescovo runs X135, and he's got like the third most time on the Hoboken division.
Who?
Artie Del Vescovo.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
He's like, I don't. He's been an engineer since '92, and he was a conductor in '84. He's got like a shitload of time here.
Oh my lord, I'm about to freaking scream.
All right, I'm done. I'm on my way to West Colton.
Roger.
Channel switched.
All right, so setouts are done. On we go. Next stop, West Colton. Train started out at 4,000 something feet. We're down to 3651. I do not need 3 engines cut in. I'll isolate a couple of these motors. Alright, so we're going to send the IOALB the way it would usually go, which is over the Soledad Canyon route. Fortunately, we don't have the Soledad Canyon in Run8, but, you know, it's an AI train, and we don't need it at the other end, if you know what I mean. Like, no one's going to meet that. No one's going to work that train. We don't have Long Beach. In Run8. So if it goes off map at Vincent, doesn't matter, and it gets it out of the way for what's already going to be a bit of a complicated meet. Alright, we're good for 55. Let's go. $55. You gotta chill out, man. We're heading for West Colton. We're not close. But if you're basing this... Yeah, if you're basing this off of TS, we're already on a new track. Or we're about to be. I don't know exactly where they end. this is where. Oh, he's still at Dyke. He's not. I got plenty of time. I might be able to make it all the way to Wash. We'll see. It's at least another couple hours before we get there. Order. Yes, hours. We still got a long way to go. Let's see, where are we? I pulled up a map of the whole area, so we just left Mojave. Okay, so we were at milepost. So that's the end of Fleta siding. So we're go to page 10 of this map. The detector will be at 387. And Highland, where we're probably somewhere around there where we're going to meet, is at 464. The yard is at 536. So, yeah, long way to go. Oh wait, it's at 492. Is where Slover is. We're probably not going to go into the yard itself.
UP detector milepost 387.3, ambient temperature 36 degrees.
Yeah, I don't remember what exactly the speed limit is coming down the grade there, but it's really steep. It's like the same kind of thing, 2.2 again. Alright, so he's letting him come all the way. He's just going to put himself in canyon and sit there. Kind of an interesting call. $389. About 100 miles to go. Probably about another 2 hours and change until we get to West Colton. Once we get to West Colton, then all we got to do is pull this into the into an arrival track, receiving yard track, and we're done. So once we get there, it's pretty easy. But we gotta get there. The TS route and everything. Yeah, I know. That's one of the nice things about this is you can actually run a train in this game from somewhere useful to somewhere useful. You know, and you do something productive. Like I dropped off those cars for the guys who are working in Mojave Yard, so they're gonna get those cars separated and sent out to where they need to go. And then the rest of these cars need to go to West Colton, so that somebody else can work with them and send them where they need to go. So it's not like Train Sim where it's just, okay, this is a scenario. I mean, for lack of a better term, it's a world where, or like an open sandbox, I guess you could call it, where people are doing different things that are all related to each other. So unlike Train Sim where nobody gives a fuck what you do, because it's just you and single player, here everything you do affects what somebody else does.
UP detector milepost 391.1. Ambient temperature 36 degrees.
So it's a very different concept than Train Sim. So, I mean, like I was saying before, you could go hundreds and hundreds of miles, which is 12 hours, you know, more than that. It's not crazy, and you wouldn't necessarily run the whole thing in one shot. I mean, I've done it. I know other people that do it, but it's not like you do it regularly. Like, you know, I started in Bakersfield and I'm going to end in West Colton. So I'm not going to the end of the line on either end. I could go all the way to Fresno and I can go all the way into LA. I'm just taking one train from where it started to where it's ending. A lot of people who run this would stop at Mojave and just say, "Oh, okay, ran it over the hill, I'm done." All right, what's Eric doing? He's still. Oops. I don't know what Eric's doing. I do know there's only 2 engines online. I don't have enough dynamics to do it for just dynamics. $89.6. That back in Mojave. We'll probably meet in this area somewhere.
UP detector milepost 396.1.
Holding it right around 55. Speeding off toward the yard. Beautiful. So here's the thing, once Eric is up the hill, he's going to be able to go faster than us.
UP detector milepost 396.1. No defects. No
He'll be good
defects.
for 6.
Total axle 256. Train speed 54 mph. Ambient temperature 36 degrees. UP detector out.
would clip to the outside cam somewhere, but there's really nothing to see on it. I mean, there's a road right here. This should be Oban, right? Yeah. Oban. I didn't actually know you could get into this view.
QP detector milepost 402.1. Ambient temperature 36 degrees.
What are we doing? Not bad. Play a game. How long can we let that thing go? Oh, never mind. I gotta hit the boiler iron. It's green coming into. Looks like Deno. It's a hand throw. Goes the order again. These crossings are spaced conveniently. Every time the elevator starts going.
Hey Ben.
Hello.
Hey, I'm a hold down here at Canyon for a little bit. When I get back, we'll see where you are, and then we'll go from there. I'm gonna let the trains run by me because I've been having some locomotive issues and stuff like that. So.
Alright, I was gonna say it's gonna be easy to pass, so whenever you are good to head up, you're good. We'll figure it out. I'll just pull into a pocket for you.
Alright. Well, I'll be back in about 20-something minutes, and we'll figure out from there.
Alright, I'll probably be somewhere around Palmdale at that point.
Alright.
I'm gonna have to put a second motor on, another motor online. 2.7 HPT when you got nothing pushing, it makes it harder. So at this point, the track to our right is Metrolink, and there's no way for us actually to get onto that track from where we came from. Nor is there any way on that track to get to the Palmdale cutoff. When we get to the where the Palmdale cutoff splits off to the left, and the track that we're on goes to the right, or it really goes straight, Metrolink has to go straight toward Vincent. They cannot diverge. So if you look where Palmdale Junction is, that's actually, you see where, so we're on this track that is where Dennis is. We're not quite there yet. The scale's all screwed up on the dispatcher board. Lancaster is really back where we are. But Palmdale Station, and then it goes, and it can only switch in at this switch here, which leads to Vincent. There's no way to get up toward Palmdale Wash Valley, which is where we're going. That's how you get into the Colton. That's how you get down toward the West Colton area. Man, we're still slowing down. Jesus, I have to cut the other motor in again. Now all the engines are cut in. Let's keep moving. This is a bit of a gap here. This gap, you know, it's like I said, it's far. We're at milepost 409. So that's the signal up there for Dennis. Palmdale Junction is 414. I put all 4 engines back online, we'll make some time up. And we do have to slow down for Palmdale Junction. I think it's 35. I choose to rerail my train the easy way like a piglet. I thought nobody would know. Well, everyone knows. So, sorry, bub. Everybody knows. Yeah, see, it's going to drop us to 35 now for Palmdale. Oh, boy.
UP detector milepost 412.0.
I think you're just stuck, Kevin.
UP detector milepost 412.0. No defects.
No defects. All right, we're doing good.
256. Train speed 48 mph. Ambient temperature 36 degrees. UP detector out.
User joined your channel.
Saw you over there, Kevin.
I kind of thought you said. I thought I saw Kevin.
I saw somebody's name pop up, and I was like, I think that says Kevin. Just went whipping.
By the way,
past.
nice horn.
Oh, yeah. My least favorite part of the whole run to West Colton here. Yeah, so what I was saying earlier, if you go straight, that puts you toward Soledad Canyon, and clearly Metrolink has to go that way. Whereas we're cutting off to the left here, going down the Palmdale cutoff. The original alignment, I believe, went that way. Hey, how's it going, man? Yeah, it's been a bit since I've streamed. I haven't wanted to. There we go. Archer up. We're good for 55 again. $55. Heading for West Colton. See, now we're going to go through Palmdale, Wash. Let me clear that. Clear that. Clear that. What's going to be interesting is figuring out how the traffic is going to work. Once we get closer to Highland and this area, because we have to see what Eric's going to do. Now we know where that ends. That's why we have F7 in this game. Just looking to see here, so okay, this train's gonna go into dike. There actually is room in the yard for us when we get there, so that's nice. No more setouts. Next stop is thinking that we're gonna drop anything is in West Colton. Just don't know if we're gonna have to put it into a siding for people, you know, for passing purposes at some point. We probably are. I just don't know where. Eric, you back?
User joined your channel.
I'm gonna put the AI train that's in front of us into Highland siding so that we have a shot getting past him. He's at 450. He's gotta get to 461 to get in there. We are at, here comes a milepost. 420. So we're not catching up to him yet. We're getting, you know, mildly close. But actually, does he need to go? No, I gotta change I'm changing my mind on that one. He's gonna go straight. I just gotta wait now a minute until I have to time out. It actually makes more sense because he's gonna probably be making about 55 too. Okay, so he's gonna go straight. I guess Eric W's moving. BNS of 685 to UP 5390. Eric, you on? Who lined the 5390 out of Canyon?
I think he did.
Eric did.
Who was ever on it, I don't know who was on it.
Nice, because Eric's like, I'll be back in 20 minutes. Which is fine, I'm just curious what his plan is. I'm starting to climb the grade now toward Highland. Sorry. All right. So we're climbing up. It's not like a steady grade like it is in other spots. It's kind of a meandering grade, but it's constantly going uphill toward Highland. And then at
I
Highland...
just stopped the drone train. It was going right straight through Barstow.
Oh, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
And then as soon as you hit
But
Highland...
just in time to back it up
straight down
maybe
the cutoff.
3/4 of a mile to the signal so I can get over, take the loop up to Mojave.
I'm surprised it took it this long to get over there.
Yeah, I left. It was going out where I was going. I was just about to go by called.
It was in San Bernardino, wasn't it?
Oh, it's past that. When I left it, it was just coming up to Silverwood, where you can go off onto the Palm
So
Hill.
it was already up the hill.
Almost all the way up yet. It
Wow.
went from there to Linwood and to Linwood, and I was gone what 3 hours, 4 hours, 3 hours,
something like that. That should only take like, an hour or two.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 2.
Everything stopped. Did the server crash while I was gone? Or?
No, I don't think so.
It's two Q trains that are stopped in Jim Gray and Hinkley.
Well, you know.
Going to Barstow. Raining hard at Barstow, anyways.
It is quite nice in the cutoff. First time I've been out of the rain in a while.
Like, you have to have the wipers on kind of full.
Yeah,
At least it's not snowing.
It was raining pretty freaking hard when I was coming down down the hill from Tehachapi.
Okay. It says it's 37 degrees Fahrenheit, so maybe it'll turn to snow.
It was doing that on the mountain earlier.
Okay.
Not too bad though, but it was snowing up there. All right, finally approaching Vulcan. That's what that industry is out there. It's a rock quarry or some shit. Yeah, these sightings at Palmdale, Wash, Phelan, and Highland are very far apart. So. You really can't judge it. Getting tired. You really can't judge it by the sightings on the dispatch board because you really can't tell how far apart they are. If we're at Vulcan, and we are, the switch into the Vulcan plant was at outpost 428. Island is at 461. So just till the top of the hill, we've got another almost 30 miles. Which is roughly half an hour, except that the speed limit's going to drop to 40 before we get to Highland, and then it's going to drop to 30 to go down the hill.
UP detector milepost 431.1.
Not entirely sure we're gonna make it.
Detector milepost 431.1. No defects. No defects. Total axles.
Starting to wonder if I'm gonna make it.
6. Train speed 5.1 mph. Ambient temperature 36 degrees. UP detector out.
Because it just occurred to me, I'm at milepost 432. Highland is not even until 461.
Yeah, it's still a ways to go.
And the yard isn't until like 530 or something. And I'm only doing 45. I don't know. He still hasn't taken that signal, so I'm going to knock it down, let the UP go first. Where does LT go?
Good question.
Because there's a Z LCLT coming.
Lathrop, California.
Alright, so shit.
Did you just say Lathrop?
I don't know how you pronounce it.
Lathrop.
Lathrop.
Yeah, Lathrop. Lathrop.
I don't know. I don't know how to say it in the Californian way.
Then he's off again. Alright. Another crossing. Well, this road's in the middle of fucking nowhere, isn't it? I meant to check what that milepost said. I didn't. Oh well. It's a very long trip we're on here. We are now, where are we? We're between Wash and Phelan now, at milepost 438. So if we're at 438, we may only make it as far as Island tonight.
I don't get whenever I stream, I can only stream for a max of 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
That's usually when my stream shuts down.
I've been going for almost 5 hours. Not the most interesting 5 hours in the world, but you know, 5 hours.
Well, who do you go through again?
Streamlabs.
You have to pay for that?
Nope.
Let's try that.
Where are you streaming to?
I was streaming to YouTube.
It might be them. Do you meet all of the requirements for it?
I should have. I was able to stream for almost 20 minutes.
Hey, Brian. How are you? I'm trying to remember where... They keep redesigning the damn studio, so I keep forgetting where stuff is. Doing good, yeah. Welcome to the stream. It's not the most entertaining thing in the world right now. We're just on the Palmdale cutoff at the flat bit, but you know, it's something.
Gotta love it when YouTube puts ads on your videos, Ben.
Oh, are you not monetized?
Huh?
What do you mean they put ads on your videos?
I just started watching your stream again, and I was greeted with a Subaru commercial.
Oh. Have you verified your channel with your phone? Because I think that limits how long you're allowed to stream for.
I should have. I've had this channel for almost longer than I can remember.
All right, that was the signal at 422. That ain't right. Oh, 442, I can't read it. So right now, here, I'll pull the map up. So, Brian, right now we're over here. We're in between Wash and Phelan on the Palmdale cutoff. When we started the stream, we were up here in the Bakersfield area, and now we're down. Oh shit! There goes my alerter. Came all the way over the hill through Caliente, Allenville, obviously through to Loop at Waylong. We set out some cars in the Mojave area for the Mojave yard there. Departed Mojave, came through Antelope on Dennis, Palmdale, Wash, and now we're heading toward Phelan. So that's just a bridge. What's new? Tons. It went from being a excellent train simulator to a it went from like a 9 to a 10. Much again, like I said before in the stream, I don't know this as I'm not an engineer myself, but from what I've been told, it is the trains handle much more realistically than they used to. You can now derail. The fucking alerter is more realistic. We have weather. A whole bunch of stuff. A lot of it you don't think of until you're like doing it. Oh, engines can have malfunction. Yeah. They put out, just to put it into perspective, when you first download version 3 for Run8, it downloads a PDF with it that you also have in the manuals and all that. That's 11 pages that says V3 important changes. So there's 11 pages of just the important changes. If you only want to... No, they don't have PTC. If you only want to load certain routes, you can do that. They made a lot of changes to the dispatch screens. You can now temp out your traction motors. You can derail, manned helpers. Locomotives can have failures. You can change locomotive numbering databases to whatever you want. They changed so now you can also, instead of having just a regular old EOT, you can have a flag back there. You can have air turbine one. I don't know how you select all of those fuckers. I don't really care. Changed some air gauges. Worked on the hump controllers. The turntable now works in the Amtrak yard. Upgraded the shadows. Train updating stuff. They massively increased the size of Barstow Yard. Alerter. Class lights are now functional on locomotives that have them. Manned helpers is something, if I haven't said it yet. Coupler draft gear simulation, which is a pain, but realistic. All new audio system. It's fucking impressive. Whole bunch more shit you can do with couplers. You can stick your head out the window. Redesigned the train, the consist editor F1 screen. You can now have retainer valves. They've mucked with the air brakes, and they are a bit skippier to use. You can cut the brakes out on rail cars if you want to. Bleed brakes, you can do that before. You can reset it to use the V2.
Detector, milepost, 446.6.
You can now run shit with the mouse, control-wise. Turn this light on. There's like a sweet spot you can put the... Turns it blue and you can drag it. What else they got? Flashing ditch lights are not tied straight to the bell anymore. The AI can hump the fucking yard. Best change they've made. Defects, they've worked on spawn points. They've done a whole bunch of other shit that I'm not just to put it in perspective, everything I've read, I'm only on page 7 of 11. And I glazed over a lot of it.
UP sector milepost 446.6. No defects.
No defects.
Total
Speeding
axles,
though.
256. Train speed 56. MPH. Ambient temperature 35.
So I am running the new locomotive. This is the new locomotive that came with the game. It's a -9. So we get rid of all of the damn screens and we're back to just
Alright, Ben,
this.
I'm back.
Ayo.
Yeah, right on the meat. Let's go.
So you want me to stop in Highland?
It's up to you.
I got it lined, so you'll take the main at Highland. I'll go in the siding.
Alright, that sounds good to me.
Hey Ben, do you think the streaming software I use could have a lot to do with that?
It's possible. It's possible. So humping the yard, basically, it wasn't a problem, but it took a lot of time because you can only push at like 3 miles an hour. So if you have a train that's like 8,000 feet, it takes like, half an hour to shove it over the hump. Then you have to go trim everything before you can start pushing another cut over the hump. So the AI now can back the train over the, because, I mean, I used to fall asleep doing it. The AI can back the train over the hump while the people working the yard are trimming and sending trains out, instead of just wasting all this time, wasting a man just sitting there backing a train up at 2 miles an hour for, with the slow speed controller on for an hour. Alright, so we are now approaching Phelan. So we're going to tuck in, so if we're at Phelan, we're at 450. So we're going to tuck into Highland at milepost 461. Eric's going to come by on the main with his Z-train. He's at 469. He's only got to get at 461. So it makes more 460. Yeah. So it makes more really 462. So he's gonna be going slower than this though. He only did 30. We're doing almost 60. Well, we're not anymore because the hill got steep again. But it just makes more sense. He'll hold the main because he's the higher priority, and it's fucking snowing. So he'll hold the main.
Over there?
Yeah, it's snowing. Just started. He'll hold the main, we'll come into the pocket. We'll come into the siding at Highland. He'll go, we'll go. All's happy. Oi. And then once, go to the dispatch board here. Once 8949 comes out, I'm going to slip them. I'm into Dyke. Where are they going? He's going to El Paso, so he's actually going to go down the Yuma sub. Again? Fuck Christ. He's going to Colton, so he'll go in there. He's going that way. He's going this way. So he's going to come this way, come here. He'll go to Yuma. Yeah, we should be doing something together pretty soon. So you don't need like, whoops. You don't need like a fast clock for the hump. It's fine. You'll overload yourself. It's fine as long as the AI is doing it. You're not killing a person just sitting there going boom, 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 boom. In fact, it keeps the ball from flooding on you. But with the new Bursto ball, I haven't seen it get too crazy yet. Except when people turn the hump on and forget about it. It's like, remember that, it was like, it was before Micros. It was on TV, the infomercial on TV in the 90s. About some, like, chicken cooker, rotisserie cooker. That was like, you set it and you forget it. You can't set and forget the hump and bars, though it don't work too good. Ronco, that's what it was. Ronco rotisserie. Why the fuck do I remember that? Yeah, I actually want to do that again. A trip like that. We haven't done anything in a while. I don't know. We'll see. Standing on a street corner in Boston, just bullshitting. I'm sure it did. It didn't work for the humping part stuff. Alright, we're at 454. We're actually making good time. Eric, what kind of speeds you making?
I'm holding 35 and 37 up the hill.
Not too bad.
Yes, sir. Not too bad at all. That really isn't bad for the kind of grades we're going up and down. Somebody on the stream I heard 37, and I was like, not too bad. He goes, not too bad? That's a fucking creeper. That's funny.
I'm like, it's actually pretty good for the grades we're working with here. Yeah, I love Philadelphia. It's always on my list, and it's a day trip from here, so it's a oh.
Yeah, I'm hitting 30, 39. And I'm still gaining axle count as well.
Yeah, my speed limit's supposed to drop to 40 on me here. Man, could you imagine if the Mojave boys had to come all the way out to the industries out here?
I would suck.
I mean, in Vulcan, 50 miles from
That should
the
be.
start.
I think it's all field in West Colton crews that actually come out there. Unless there's a group.
I'm pretty sure it's Mojave.
4, 5, 7,
CP 5390, advanced approach. CP Silverwood, oh.
Seriously?
Yes, sir.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah, your mileage is a lot lower than mine.
Yep, I just dropped down to 26 miles an hour.
Yeah, once they get all the
I'm in the steepest part right here.
the new cars running, Boston's going to be a trip that's going to happen. I also want to ride the E line of the Green Line and all the new shit they're building on the Green Line. So once they get the new cars and once they open that new stretch of Green Line, I mean, I have enough fucking Amtrak points where I can go myself to Boston for free any day I wanted to. So.
UP detector milepost 457.9. No defects. No defects. Total axles 256. Train speed 4, 5. MPH. Ambient temperature 3, 4
So yeah,
degrees.
Boston
UP
is
detector
high on
out.
the list. Very high on the list. It's just it has to wait until all the stuff is there that we want to do. Yeah, exactly. Stopped raining. I still got my wavers on. Run8 685. Approach medium. That ain't right. Then it would be an advanced approach, wouldn't it? UP.
UP 5390, approach. Island, oh.
Wow, we're gonna get there right about the same time. Yeah, we can do that too. I always love it out there. If they're running the stupid things. It seems like they're bustituting them almost constantly now. Yeah, Fenrir and I were talking. We had a plan of like, there's a pretty nice hotel near, I think it was Route 128. So if we were going to do corridor shit also, or even not, we would take train or drive or whatever up to, holy shit, that just disappears. Up to 128, and then from 128 take the train into Boston. That way we can avoid using cars altogether. Maybe tomorrow, for old time's sake, I'll stream the old train sim world and end up going postal at it. I spy a diverging approach.
Oh, you got a dash down lane.
Yes, sir. Your front brakes are smoking.
I know.
All your motor brakes are smoking.
Figured.
Smoking pretty good, too. That's also something new for V3.
Yeah, I probably burn them up a little bit, try to stop there.
You can set your damn brakes on fire.
Came a little too fast running that curve down there.
Yeah, you know. Hey, what else you got them for?
Exactly.
Yeah, I would love to go out there, but a couple years ago we went out there in January or February or something. It was -4 the whole time. I'm not doing that again. Oh yeah, this guy's a big stacker.
CP 5390 clear. South Highland out. Here we go.
Sander. SBN down there. Fred's blinking on the rear.
You as well. I'm taking care of it.
You too. How far are you planning on running that?
Let's see, what time is it? 10:30? Probably not too much further. I'll probably just go down to about let's see here. Look at the map. I'll probably just go down there to Wash, where I'm meeting that Roseville West Colton Adventist.
I was trying to make Colton, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah, you got a little bit of a traffic disturbance ahead of you too, so. And you're about to have a local head up that way as well.
Yeah, but even if you got all the snow equipment out, it's hard to get, and then you got to worry about getting completely massacred by the damn snow. So. Let's see here. So we are clear to Highland. It's 463. There goes a BN train to Logistics Park, Chicago. Yes, I have seen those videos. They call them rotary snowplows, but they're really like snow cannons. I mean, Jesus Christ. When you're in a tunnel, the horns sound really cool. So I was wondering if it worked when you're in a like a cut through. It does not.
Got my guard dog sitting on my lap.
What was that?
But I got my guard dog protecting me while I'm laying on the couch.
Oh. There's a bridge over nothing. I found a bridge over nothing.
Was it even a bridge?
It looked like it, but there was nothing under it. No, I have not been to IRM, and it is high on my list of places to go. Very high on my list. If I can, I may go this summer. High on my list.
Bro, it really is snowing over here. What the heck?
User disconnected from your channel.
Yeah, it's pretty bad up there. This is cool. I'm actually able to hold this with just the dynamics. It's actually working pretty well.
Bro, now it's raining.
Must have warmed up a bit. Whew.
I'm actually just gonna tire down this siding right here. I've been on duty for way too long.
How long has this been going? I've been on here. Ooh. About 5.5 hours. But I've been on Run 8 today. Almost 7 hours. That's not healthy. It's one of the reasons to say, what other simulator can you run one train without doing like stupid shit like, you know, crawling or going forward and backward or something? Where can you run one trip continuously at the speed you're supposed to go for 6 hours? I can't think of one. Ouch. That's not the button I wanted to hit. That's the button I wanted to hit. Yeah, Brightline's another one. I think we're gonna wait to go down to Brightline until they go the rest of the way. They still are expanding, aren't they? We're gonna wait for that. Who's that? Oh, that's BM. Yes, the tracks are that close. So that is this is the fucky part. So that's the 7377, right? This is how screwy this dispatch board can be. Well, it's not so bad anymore. They used to, on V2, I guess they had them lined up like right next to each other, but they weren't lined up at all. So that's a 7377. Where's the 73? I don't actually see the 7377 anywhere. Oh, here it is. We're over here, but we're right next to each other. On the old dispatch boards, they had them laid out differently where it looked like they were right next to each other. You weren't even close. I don't really want to quit this close, but I think I might have to. It can be a time sink if you're not careful. I mean, I've also done like 8-hour runs on Run 8 from like LA all the way out to Seligman. That's another about 8-hour run. I've been sitting in this chair too long today. You know it's bad when your comfortable gaming chair is starting to get uncomfortable because you've been sitting in it for so long. Diverging approach. CP Canyon.
Alright, we're all tied down here at, where I'm at? Phelon. Good run. I got to get to bed, though. So, with that being said, I'm out of here.
Have a good night.
You too, buddy.
User disconnected from your channel.
There's a whole bunch of stuff down there. Oh, man. You could film Brightline, FEC, CSX, Tri-Rail, and Sunrail as well. And the response to that is 3 vomit emojis and 3 shit emojis. Interesting choice. Alright, so he's it's a 10, he's between Dike and Canyon, so it's a 10-mile run for him. I gotta go another what is that, 30? Basically 30-ish miles. That's another hour. I don't think I can do that. Because I still got other shit I gotta do before I go to bed, and it's already late. You know, somewhere I wanted to go is Cass. Also, just as a point. Not us. Just see where this guy is. Holy shit. Oh, he's way the hell back. So I think I'm just going to stop here. I'll pull it up to the signal and relinquish it there. Hate to do it. Want to make it the rest of the way. But I'm not going to bed at 2 o'clock in the morning. I gotta eat something, and I'm exhausted as it is. So... It's been a long day. It's been a very long stream. This is... I've been on for 5 hours and 45 minutes. So I'm going to set a full service here. And call a van. So, thank you all for watching, and I'm going to try and be on streaming more often. I don't know why I waited so long in between doing this, but I'll try to post it several hours before I actually do it, and I'll put a message out on Facebook about it as well. Alright, once again, thank you all for watching. Have a good night.